Greetings everyone, welcome to my channel. So today we'll continue our journey in space engineers, and last week we were working on, let me share the screen first. Last week we were working on completing a difficult type of achievement which is related in getting friendly with three different factions, which is a tiny bit complicated actually, because unfortunately some factions are causing problems with the relationship with the others, but I have realized that Max have positive relationship state with IGDB, and also IGDB has positive relationship with GCDC, and GCDC doesn't have any kind of involvement with Max. Because if I try to conclude some kind of tasks for Max, it's giving me positive relationship with IGDB and RTSL. But if I complete any kind of task for IGDB, it brought me positive relationship state with four different factions other than itself, but also giving some negative effects to others. As you can see, RLSR is the friend of these, and RTSL is the friend of these. And if I conclude any kind of task for one of these, the other one is causing me another problem. So for that reason, we have worked on Max, and I tried completing some tasks for GCDC, and it doesn't cause me any kind of problem actually. So we need to reach out for some GCDC zones because we'll need to conclude at least 12 more tasks for completing these. And where were we? We are in a IGDB station. So maybe I can find a task for completely handling that. Do we got any zone chip in here? Of course we got some. Let's collect 20 of these. Balance is not bad. Alright, collect these in case we need them later. Actually, they're cheap. Let's buy all. What about these? Not bad. Let's try to figure out a new hauling quest for these. Alright, I'll need to conclude some acquisitions maybe now. Do we got any closed GCDC zone in here? Want to conclude the task for that station, but it's not looking possible. Maybe I should think on heading to a GCDC station. It will be useful actually. Do I got a close one? 4.4. What else? That's my ship. Alright, my best approach should be heading to that one. GCDC station. 4K. Let's go. Which one we aim? activities. First of all, I'll try to. Yep. First of all, I'll try to jump a tiny bit. Speed up. Speed up. Manual jump should be needed. %, should be ideal. Or 11%. Let's make our first jump. Let's go! I need to complete some task for GCDC. That should be my best aim right now. So, GCDC, Deep Space Station 1. I guess. No, we are heading to GCDC Station 2. Wrong one. Demo. GCDC Deep Space Station 2. Am I correct? Yep. We are heading to the correct one, but right now can we? I get it. What the? It couldn't jump. It shouldn't be able to jump whole distance with one jump drive. So, right now, all of them are operational. Let's turn off the thrusters. Actually, I'm turning on. Let's head inside. Another deep space station. Also, it's trying to recharge itself. We have made a connection port. Alright. Where is the entrance? There it is. What the? Interesting. So what do we got? Let's collect these. Contracts. and gold. Ah, come on! I didn't realize it. So let's just sell. That's a tiny bit expensive than I expected. So 120 platinum. We'll need 24 display, right? It's I won't work on these. Actually, it could be interesting. But I won't work on these. Right now, I can complete a search task. 22 minutes, not bad. I think I brought some zone chips before. Where are they? Ah, I guess we have left them already to our main station. Luckily, we got a huge amount of uranium source. Yep, 1.36. Let's go. 22 minutes left, and it will take 2 minutes to go there. If I can find it easily, then there's no problem. It will just increase my infection status 10 more with the GCDC, and also it will bring some benefits to IGDV and no, just IGDV. And we'll need to conclude at least 12 more tasks for GCDC. Let me show you. As you can see, GCDC is 209. Alright, less than 12 should handle my need, and also we will need to complete some tasks for IGDV at last, but I'm not sure how many should be enough. But we will see. So let's try to be careful, because if I can see it before heading so close, it will be easier to find these kind of tasks. 2 kilometers have left. If I can see any kind of blink around, it will be easier. It will be! Yep, there it is. I was expecting to find that thing. There we are. That's all. I can suggest you these kind of search tasks in deep space locations because it will be easier with that way. I'm not sure about how it will be working on the planet surface because traveling around should be a tiny bit complicated. I'm not even spending any kind of hydrogen right now because right now it's just flying in the perfect direction for heading back, and I'm not even using any more hydrogen in that work. Just trying to accelerate myself at first, and then it will handle the rest. That's all. And it has brought me some benefit with that faction. As you can see, it's increased 10, and I guess it has increased 2 also. What's that? It looks as if there is something. Uh, what's that? Ah, that's a grinder. I've seen that one before, I guess. It looks as if, yep, it looks as if I remember that thing. Let's go. I remember something like that before. So let's go back to the station. I hope the contracts have renewed. Let's check. No, it's not. I'll grab any escort mission through here. These could be complicated a tiny bit because you need to have the needed parts with you. But you can easily design some kind of welder ship for these kind of needs. Our equipment have sustained serious damage as a result of recent meteor shower, blah blah. Go out there and make sure all is back in work. And it will just bring 10 more. That's all. So what about these 11 explosive? Let's check if they got some. I can think on selling as well now. Can I sell anything? Huh, they can buy magnesium, but that's all. So if I buy these, 9 platinum will be... Ah, sorry. They buy it instead. It needs to be renewed. Unfortunately, there's no other way than waiting in here. So maybe I can think on checking some close asteroid fields. I don't know. I can head to that unknown signal in that time. I was expecting to see at least one hole in quest, which we didn't. So let's grab these. It's much more easier in a space. What the? I can see something. What's that? Beaten by my curiosity. That looks as. Whoa, nice. Hold some uranium, not bad. And what about that? Silver. Nice. Uranium fever has nearly got me down. Uranium fever has nearly got me down. Then I got a good color in my head. Fever has nearly got me down. Uranium fever me down. Uranium fever has nearly got me down. Recharge. So if that one has a closed uranium resource depot, maybe it can have more. You just need to wait for these tasks to be renewed. Yep, here we are. So we got a holding quest till now. Silicon, metal grid, thruster components, 52. Oh, 39. Let's check. Ah, it's selling a tiny bit expensive. Interesting. We just got the acquisition quest types, which I need to barter on. I don't want to sell gold directly with that way, but it looks better. Actually, if we complete all of these, as you can see, each of them will bring 4. It's not bringing us that much, but close to a holding quest. Let's complete a search task. It will be better. Let's go. Let's Uranium fever has nearly got me down. Uranium fever nearly got me down. And a Geiger counter in my head. Boom, boom, fever. Actually, we don't need any kind of uranium farming. That's why I'm not bothering on. But other way, we could be working on this. If I just seen some magnesium around, I could be working on that. Because we never even just once farmed uranium, sorry, magnesium in that gameplay. Not even a tiny bit. I just found some kind of wreckage holding some magnesium and refined them. That's all. Nothing else. We should have thought on constructing some kind of pipeline directly to the IGDV station and the first planet. It could be much more easier than you can ever think on. Because in the middle of my working procedure, I will need to check, just need to check if my station holds some. With a correctly attached pipeline, it will be much more easier than you can ever think on. We are getting close. Let's try to be careful. I'm trying to find some kind of glowing surface. We are getting close. Yep, I've seen it. No! Yep, that's yep, we are getting close. Where is that station? Hmm, what's that? That says a tiny bit wreckage. Is that the same wreckage? It's as if some kind of wreckage field. I guess it's not. I think that's just some kind of asteroid field. We are not even feeling as if we are getting close. Yep, that's just an asteroid field. Can hold some kind of precious materials which we need to farm. For now, I'm not even bothering on these. At least we will be sure when we grab an holding quest, it will be totally recharged. We are getting close. We are getting close. Station. 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 What do we got? The same acquisition quest still exists. Bounty. Escort missions. They could be dangerous. There's no hauling quest. Not bad. Found a tiny bit amount of money. Where is the ATM? There should be one. Yeah. Does it have an ATM or not? Guess not. Interesting. There's no holding quest existing. People did. In that time, I can think on eating something because I'm getting a little bit hungry. Why war? Assignment draw. RTSL. Got renewed, and a huge amount of that have been added in here. Same tasks. Let's check that one. Because we're just waiting. We are in the last minute. Getting close. 30 seconds left. Interesting. Yeah. I'm trying to get a tiny bit far away. Maybe it can bring us a benefit about renewing it. So, did it, renewed. Mm, no, it didn't. Wish I made some kind of sorting system in here. again. I've seen a whole link. 4.4, 7.8. It's sending us into the IGDB. One of them is sending us to an IGDB. Let's check it. Yep, that's sending us into an IGDB station. And I guess that's sending me to P5. It could be the ideal one because it's a close one. Maybe I should grab both of them at the same time. Sending us to P5. Hope it's sending us to GCDC station, otherwise I need to head there manually. First of all, let's arrange our speed. Right. Jump drive. Delivery location. Select. I guess it's sending us to the orbital IGDB station. Otherwise, it should be causing us some kind of trouble. We'll need to wait for another 7 minutes for recharging my jump drives. I can eat freely at that time. We are getting close to our aim. As you can see, I won't even need to complete 11 tasks for GCDC, because also completing some tasks for IGDB will bring benefit with the relationship with GCDC as well. Maximum 10 for 10 more for distraction, and 4 more for these should be enough. It should be totally enough. And another jump will be up ahead. 3 minutes have left for recharging both of these. Then we will handle the next jump, and that'll be all. And as I've told before, I guess it's sending us to the orbital IGDV station. We have two different GCDC stations on that planet surface. That's kind of good actually, because I can also think on heading there and collecting some GCDC tasks and then heading out. It won't be that bad. And by the way, if you are feeling a little bit problematic in heading in and out from these kind of planets, you can easily design some kind of rotor powered elevation system which could lead you heading in and out easily. Maybe I can think on working with some kind of work like that, because with these ways you can easily pass by the limit of speed in that game easily. There's a glitch there's a glitch existing about that. You can think on working with pistons or just arranging yourself with speed. You can work that kind of thing as an accelerator, which I'm not bothering on because it's a glitch. But the other one is not a glitch. Not counting it as if a glitch actually. So not that much left. Soon we'll turn on the brakes. Less than 10 seconds, yep. Alright, let's jump. Turn the brakes on, and we are heading to the destination. There we are. Orbital IGDV station. as I've expected. That's the contract. Finish it. Done. And what about this station? We don't have any kind of hauling first. We kind of got some tiny tasks like that. Like that. You got any kind of interesting thing that needs to be bought? No. So we will need 14 solar cells, which I expect to have. Yep. 14 solar cells and 32 reactor components. Done. By the way, let me show you again. As we can see, GCDC has 254 relationship state. When I complete a task, I'll complete both of them. Each of them will increase your relationship state with GCDC one more. As you've seen, we don't have that much task needs to be done for these group. But there are no holding quests existing. Maybe I should think on checking the planet's surface. But if they don't have any holding quests, it will be a problem. Let's check around if we got an easy search quest. Yep. We got a huge amount of search quests. Let's try to handle it. It won't take that much time, I hope. If we realize them when we try to get close, it's easy. If not, it will take a good amount of time. Otherwise, it will be much more reasonable for concluding the search quests around. And let me remember that we got a relationship state with GCDC right now, 256, and we are completing a task for IGDB, which will bring benefit to that group as well. 256, and we will see how much it will be increasing at the end of that task. It's a search area, it could be easier to complete these. Also, as I've told before, we could have directly focused on concluding some repairing tasks as well. So close. That's why I'm not concentrating on concluding these. Need to be carefully looking around. Is that where is that? Yep. Let's check. It rolled me 2 plus. Also, on our way, I'll try to collect that green thing also, because it will be on my way. On my way. All of them are at the other side of the planet, unfortunately. They can have some kind of holding quest between these two. We got big here. Another canvas. Let's go back. Let's go back. We got anything new? Holding quest? No. About acquisition? Not bother on. So we got a huge amount of search quests in here. Let's make some. Maybe it can be the fastest way for increasing relationship state. I don't know. Because I need to wait for recharging my jump drives each time I fly with that giant ship. I kind of like traveling around, that's all. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother on. At my first search quest, I kinda searched around a lot and it was about to end all the time. Otherwise, I could have directly focused on collecting the faction relationship state with these. So where's the globe? Again. Ah, that is. There it is. That's the jump drive effect, which is kind of ideal. Jumping them out. But if some kind of ship could come and brought it, it could
Energy
be
low.
looking a little bit alive. The ship could have jumped in out of nowhere and it could lead back to the same nowhere again. It could be useful. It could be looking more alive than that situation. Back. We are so close to becoming friendly with IGDB. And also it's increasing my relationship state with Max at the same time, which will be more positive at the friendship state's edge. Let's recharge it first. A tiny bit relaxing should be comfortable before heading out for another task. For another task! But I need to work with DCDC. That could be my exact problem actually. Close to 10 more holding quests will be needed. Another holding task now. Again, another search task. I'm just trying to grab the cheapest one because it will be the closest one. At least that green dot will be acting as a countdown for that task. When we begin our traveling, it has recently begun and 15 minutes. And at the end, we can check the init badge, and it will be useful to understand how much time could be spent for these type of tasks. Because I'm not seeing any kind of holding quest existing right now, and search type of quests could be useful for that type of relationship increasement blah blah thingy as well. Because first of all, why not? I'm so close. I'm so close to becoming friendly with three different. Seeing any kind of tiny glow. But we will. Oh. There it is. Done. And yep, we are so close to becoming friendly with these, and it's also increasing the relationship state with GCDC at the same time. Not bad. A tiny bit amount of search just should be done. Then we will work on this GCDC. I'll land on any of these. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe. Just maybe. So heading back. We got a new holding quest now. And another search task should be done. And what about the green dot? Yep, 8 minutes. Not bad. Accepted, none. Search. One. It's Robin on the surface. I didn't realize it. Some of these things could be seen easily, but some of them could not. I'm not even sure even if it's working on the plant surface or not, but I should check it. If it's working, I can also think on concluding some tasks for GCDC with that way, and it will be easier for me to complete that task. Because each of them should grab around 5 minutes if there are no other problems. I can use my hydrogen thrusters on the surface of a planet as well. And for GCDC, there is two different stations existing. And we are getting close. I need to be careful about finding glow, which I didn't. Alright, unfortunate. Again! Is that it? There's this. I didn't even need to wait for it to jump out fully. As you've seen in 10 minutes, we have completed two of these. Not bad. I need to complete, I guess, around 25, 24, and it will be less than it at last. 24 more should be needed to be concluded if I just try to complete some search tasks for GCDC. If I complete 2 of them in 10 minutes, that means for 24 it should take 2 hours. Do straight concentrated hours actually. But at least it will be done. Polling quest doesn't need that kind of concentration. That's why I just try to complete it with that way, which didn't work. Can send me to another IGDB station with that way. And I can think on jumping to another deep space station which belongs to GCDC. Maybe we can find some search quests up there. What about holding? Nah, been renewed. That's the cheapest one. Let's grab it. Other travel and 12 minutes. 12 kilometers, which means 2 minutes. Minutes travel, and we will be at the searching zone. I find it when I try to get close. Complete another one in 5 minutes. And we are getting close with IGDB. If I complete 10 more in total when I'm here, it will be all. But I think we won't need to complete it totally.
Energy low.
Alright, that's unlucky. I didn't even check my energy, which I should. When you're in deep space, you should be careful about your energy level. Otherwise, when you're out of energy, it will directly drain your health bar. Because it's cold. Freezing cold. And your life support system is trying to recalibrate the temperature around you actually, which should be livable. Oh, yeah. Better. We are getting close with IGDB. 419. So close. Should recharge myself, otherwise it could be a tiny bit problematic. Other than these, where is the closest GCDC station? Okay, we should use this one, or no, we have came from there. We should use this one maybe. Pass by. So, Soon be out of energy, so I should be careful. For recharging yourself,
Energy critical.
the fastest way is using a medical bay. Constructing one is a tiny bit expensive than a survival kit or some kind of bench that you can use for recharging. It's a tiny bit expensive because it needs silver more than a survival kit, but it's the easiest way for recharging yourself. As you can see, we are totally recharged. And head back. Send me to a GCDC station, please. Okay. 3579. Sending me. Guess. Interesting. It's not sending me into any kind of I guess it's not also sending me into any kind of GCDC station as well. Let's work on remove delivery location accepted. Heading into deep space again. And I guess it says RTSL station or something like that. LSR, yep. But unfortunately, I should be careful about the other factions. That's why we'll directly jump out of here. And that's an. Let's head out. RLSR. Let's check if I got RLSR deep space location. No. Copy. RLSR. Yep. There's the entrance. There it is. Should attach GPS from here. Paste, but it will be deep space. Let's show it on pod. Finish it. Unfortunately, as I've told, I can't conclude any kind of hauling or search task for that because I don't even know how will it affect the RLSL situation, and I need to head to that GCDC station. That's my best possible way to increase my friendship state with these. For concluding some hauling tasks, GCDC 2. No, I want to head to GCDC 1. PS5. This. Space GCDC. Alright. Let's recalibrate our jump drive. Remove GC DC deep space 1. Alright, it will take a tiny bit amount of time to jump in. In my first jump, we will use just one drive, and in our second, I'll use it in 40%, 45% maybe, I'm not sure. We will try it. We need to head to a GCDC station. This way we will bring a benefit to us with these. And I'll try to complete the task for these. Maybe it could be enough for concluding that group. I'll need to complete at least 10 more holding quests. Even if I just try to increase hold that lot with search tasks, it should be bringing it to 470. At least we will be knowing what to do later. That's why I'm just focused on heading to some GCDC stations. You can send me into another GCDC station, which is not occurring frequently because we have done a good amount of tasks for these groups. Another tiny asteroid. Which is my worst nightmare. Hiding pirate station. Again. We are in deep space. That means it could cause me new troubles. 2 minutes are left. Yes, we have seen a mayday frequency also. Next jump should handle another 800 meters, and it should be enough. By the way, whenever you are traveling in deep space in a stable speed, you can think on heading out and handling your other jobs as well. As you've seen, I need to conclude these kind of tasks as well. Yep. soon it should be done. Yep. Let's check the second jump drive. 41. No. 5. Alright, that's enough. Blind jump. Done. After 7 minutes, we will be at there. I guess we have seen a mayday signal again. A mayday signal have occurred again. Fortunately, I couldn't get friendly with all of these. They're not feeling happy if I complete some task for their enemies. And it's dropping relationship state with the opposing group more than the one you have completed the task for. What's that? Mining outpost. Interesting. They got some kind of mining station. But we'll just try to get away. Actually, I know, we're just waiting. And in that time, we could be focusing on check-in. That sort, but it won't be ideal because they can easily damage me in some way. From time to time, I expect to see some kind of defense drones in these type of zones. That's why I'm just giving out of. Let's get out of that area. If it's just directing me to another GCDC station, that could be acceptable. But if it's sending me to another IGDB station, it is causing me a new trouble because I need to head back again and again each time. That's why we can think on completing some search quests at the beginning. Or if it's just sending me to a known place, which I should be sure that it should belong to another GCDC station in deep space, I could directly obtain it. And I'm just waiting for my last jump drive to be recharged. Yep. Last minute. 33%. Sorry, 83%. And increasing. 85% and increasing. 87% and increasing. And it should be less than 1 minute. Yep. Soon it will be fully recharged and we will slow down and heading to another DC-DC station. We need to complete at least 7 more tasks for this group. So 9 more tasks for this group. And then completing another task for IGDV should handle my need. 9 hauling quests looks as if needed. How much? Yep, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Let's jump. Space GCDC station. And we are in. Alright, we have a wrong angle. Or let's get what the? Let's get inside. Contracts on. We got a tiny bit amount of search jobs in here, and we got a holding quote sending gas to 6. Unfortunately, I need to wait. So let's collect some of these. It should be better than waiting. It won't take that much time to conclude that task. I hope so. Completing some search tasks should be better. Because it will be faster than completing some holding quests actually. That's why I think on bothering with these. And at last second, I can grab a holding quest which is directing me to another IGDB station. It could be functionally useful for my need because we are trying to conclude that task as soon as we can. As soon as! Getting close. Oh, I'll see the dot. There it is. We had passed by that consignment drone thing. Time to time, they get into your zone, and then after a little bit while, they jump out. We realized that we were so close to something like that. Alignment wrong. It's also increasing my state with IGDV at the same time as you've seen, and 10 more for GCDC, and that's what I need. Consignment run is at the opposite side of that area. Search task. I guess it's renewed. Yep, let's grab it. Set out again. Again! Completing 10 of these counts as if I've completed 2 hauling quests. And if the hauling quests are not that easily reachable zones, that means it's another problem. Unfortunately, we haven't realized the decreasement in the relationship state with other factions in my first week. That's why I worked on completing different type of quests for each of them, and then I realized that some of these are getting problematic with that situation. That's why my first week could be called as a trash. These tasks are not bringing too much money, I know, but at least they're increasing my relationship state with this faction as much as I want. So, look around carefully. Okay. Yeah, yeah. We have completed another task. We are not in a bad situation. It's 10 kilometers away. It feels enough. It's just waiting to reach that area. Should have think on completing some kind of gameplay with bit. Just easy. It can be interesting. Can't be completed on a planet's surface, I know, but it can be done in here. Let's check for another search mission. Search mission exists. Let's go. For a long time, I haven't even checked my hydrogen bottle. That's why I try to look for. Because if we get out of hydrogen in the out of nowhere, it could be the exact problem. The other things could be handled somehow. That's not. After completing that one, we will increase our relationship state more than 300. That means we will need 8 more hauling quests or 20 more search quests for this group. And by the way, when I conclude some task for IGDV, I have increased my relationship state with merciless constructors as well. That's not bad because increasing your relationship state with these groups, as you can see, will increase your discount and sell bonus. Soon I expect to see some kind of tiny dot. As a reflex, I kinda check around these asteroids, even if I don't need any kind of farming to be done. Because I kinda like farming around. For these type of games, I'm the ideal team player.
Energy low.
Interesting kind of design. Let's head back. We need to travel for 2 more minutes. Unfortunately, don't have that much charge. That's why I'm not thinking on heading to that area. Because I couldn't even have enough charge for completely grinding that thing. We are now in a bad situation for increasing these states. As you've seen, it's more than 300 right now. Could I at least concentrate on hitting the button? Actually, I won't have that much time to head there. Yeah. It will be gone soon. Heading back to that station. Heading back to that station. Heading back to that station.
Energy critical.
Inside. 3 seconds, it will be done. Let's check the contracts again. That's all, and that's all. What about acquisition? These could be done easily. We got any ATM in here? Find a bit of money stashed in some of these bad areas. Sit down. We haven't seen any ATM machine again. That's the machinery zone. Contracts. Set. These. For now, I'll need a tiny bit amount of break, as you can guess. The nature's calling. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in no time. And I'm back again. Unfortunately, that zone doesn't hold any search quest or any holding quest right now. As you can see, it holds some acquisition type of quests. Maybe I should complete that one as well. 21. Twenty-one, 21, 21, 21. Okay. Yeah, third components, yep. That, that. Fair type. 8 hours. A long time. Escort missions exist. Position. I don't want to spend my iron when I'm out because we don't have that much. Do we got any kind of store area around here? Yep. So, platinum ore. 2.8. If I buy all of these, yep, interesting. 1 million can buy 5 tons of these. Maybe I can sell it at the same time. We got an ATM around here. As you've seen, we have found the store. Maybe there can be some kind of ATM machine. Here, not in the area. That's the store. We got some data pads which could send us to some other stations. Most of them should be related to IGDB and GCDC. A holding quest is occurred. 9,000 kilometers. And what about the others? Acquisition. Okay, we should concentrate on completing these maybe, because they are easy. We can handle some search tasks as well. And this one should take at least 10 minutes. Let's concentrate on acquisition. 43, 53. We should think on selling some gold maybe. Power cells could be sold as well. It won't be easy to carry, I know, but at least it will be done. We got any superconductor in here? Some. Let's make. We got enough girder in here. Yep. We got enough truss component. Yep. I can think on constructing some of these as well. I'll use that mining ship. About batteries, do I got some? Anymore. Collected the batteries, 43 reactor components. Three reactor components. I guess that was 53. Let's check. 53. What else was needed? 122. 8 superconductors and 354 of it. 354 of these. Need another 74. There's 78. Let's get in. Control panel. The timer block should be turned off. Need to find the proper locking system have turned off. So let's complete these. Finish. Space miners inventory. Finish. 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 Search. Set. We're getting close. Completing this acquisition quest have increased a little bit with IGDB. At the same time, each acquisition is increasing the friendly factions one more. That's ideal. That's ideal for us to complete the task. That's ideal for us to complete that task. Let me show you. As you can see, the GCDC has increased to 330. With these two search missions, 350. And if I just try to complete some holding tasks, it should be 6 more needs to be done. Not bad. What the? I have seen a pirate beacon. What's it? I have seen a pirate beacon and I don't even know what it is. And kilometers. Let's try to find out what it is. I don't even got any kind of firepower, I know. Don't even have any rifle with me. beaten by my curiosity. It will take 1.5 minutes in total to travel there. That's just a beacon. Expecting to find what the... Whoa. Salvage station. That's not good. Hostile signal. Fight against another hostile station. Because it took more than 2 hours to completely get rid of that kind of station before. I'm also counting the grinding thing as well. That's what I'm giving up on. We have completed a huge amount of acquisitions in here. That's not bad. Go, go, go again. We will complete some tasks for this faction to become friendly. We will be the friend of these factions at last. And I hope it will count becoming friendly for the achievement. Not, it will be a tiny bit amount of discomforting. I was trying to use a proper word which doesn't include any kind of F1. I'm trying to be careful. We are also so close to that Factorium Group quest. I won't bother on these because I don't have that much firepower. As I told before, I haven't even farmed just once. That beacon should be some kind of trap for that salvage station. Search. Accepted. Another search mission is on board. And luckily, this time it's not leading me into the hive of these pirates. Few minutes left. And we are getting so close. We are getting so close to completing that thing. Feeling closer than I've ever been. After becoming friendly with 3 different factions, I'll try to work on another opposing faction if it's dropping, even if we are in a friendly state. As you can see, some of them are in a war with us. They are war and propose peace and renew it. After completing that much task for GCDC and IGDV, that have caused us that kind of unexpected drop. Even if I haven't managed to reach 500 with any of these, I guess so. Let's try to go and reach for that green dot. $350 for GCDC and getting better, and IGDV is increasing at the same time, as you can see. And after completing 15 more, it will be, yep, 491. If I just focus on purge tasks, it will be. If it gives me some acquisitions, I can directly concentrate on selling each of them.
Energy low.
Life support systems are draining, and that's pirate beacon is still showing itself from time to time, and I guess that was a bait. Looks as if it's a real bait for that salvage station. It can be a bait. It's leading me for disintegrating, and then the salvage station will send on some grinders, which is a real nightmare. It didn't count as if I have collected any of these bottom things. Let's go to that. Well, it's not. Alright, let's go. In time. We got a huge amount of money. We got a huge amount of resource stashed in my possession. Gold, uranium, platinum, blah blah. Let's get inside for
Energy
recharging
critical.
myself, and at the same time I'll leave my unnecessary things in here with one click. Done. It has renewed, and we got some search tasks. We got new acquisitions. Uh, should I sell these? Maybe I should directly concentrate on search tasks. Do we got any hole in? No. So let's make these. Begin with the closest one. We got uranium that can be bought in here. 22. Yep. It's a tiny bit cheaper than to buy. So for now, it's not an option. Not an option. 1 minute left. Five more search missions exists, which means if I complete all of these, it will increase my friendship state with them to 400 and 100 more, and we will be the friend of GCDC, and the only one will be IGDB left, which should be the easiest. Get both. Should be right. Where is it? Relax a little bit. Maybe I should drink some water at first. Can increase my concentration a tiny bit. Is that think? is that we have 14 more and we will be done with this group. Completing acquisitions should be the most beneficial way because each of them will giving the same benefit, 25% benefit to other factions which is friendly to the one you are completing the task for. Well, about the others, if you complete a search task, it's giving you 20% benefit. Of course, acquisition is a little bit problematic if you are in the first stage in the game, because it will need you to farm a huge amount of material at first for increasing your farming proficiency frequency, and also profitably profitable profit capability should be increased. I could spell the exact word. So another task. That's the closest one. Let's go again. Till we got a hydrogen stashed in our. Of course, we are using some oxygen, but whenever we get inside an oxygenated area, our spirit is refueling its own oxygen tank with the oxygen surrounding itself. That's good actually. Kinda logical. Because I should expect that kind of thing. And also about hydrogen, whenever I head inside to my medical bay, or even if I just jump on the seat on the Landseeker four-wheeler thing, it's refueling my hydrogen tank as well. That's why we don't drain any through these. But in any case, it's better holding these things with me better than getting out of oxygen or hydrogen in the middle of the mission. At last second, I realized it. It's increasing 370 and getting better. Maybe I should have focused on search missions at my first try. It could be much more easier. Because they are not taking that much time. I have completed some holding quests, which one of these took 5 jumps from time to time. Some of them took 3 jumps. Till I complete my second jump drive, I have made a huge amount of traveling, which should be profitable if I spend my time and search quests in that time. In 30 minutes, I can complete at least at least 5 search tasks. And some of these holding quests took 30 minutes. That's why completing search tasks should be a better way, or increasing your relationship state, and holding should be better for grabbing some money. But if you are spending uranium, that's not a profitable thing actually, because I'm using a huge amount of uranium each time. It's not a non-profitable thing, but it's not that much profitable thing. Because holding quests are giving you a huge amount of money, I know, but it's also using a huge amount of uranium if you try to recharge your jump drive with just uranium. I'm not even sure about using ice directly with hydrogen engines, but solar powered version should be the best way with some batteries installed.
Energy low.
Alright, I haven't realized my energy was depleting. Hope it will be enough. Maybe for these type of tasks, I should carry some battery packs with me. It should be ideal for these type of emergency situations. Because I don't want to leave that quest behind. Time could be enough. I find it easily. That it. I don't have that much time, please. Nick. Just set back. I hope it will be enough for 2 minutes, otherwise we will die on that area. But of course, it's not depleting your health in an instant way. It will take some time. That means we will be reaching back in time. We will be reaching in time. And GCDC has increased to 380. Not bad.
Energy critical.
Okay. I guess it will spend, yep, 5% in my first minute. That means we will reach in time. Calculation is the exact way for getting rid of your widening situations. Right now, I know we have enough time. Directly head into my own ship for recharging myself properly. And also it will fill my hydrogen tank as well, and some oxygen at the same time. 3 kilometers have left. It's spending a good amount of power at the last 5%. It's increasing my anxiety. Come on, are you just kidding me? It's increasing the power usage. Percent and 0%. Well, we are good.
No energy.
Yep. Let me tell you why. Because we are in a warm area right now, and it will handle the problem. Yep. Let's leave the money. Alright. Let's grab these back. And the correct zones. Let's make another 100. In case we need it soon. And the money should be stashed in here. Green dots are bringing some tiny bit amount of money. What the? Vulture. Not good. It can't hurt me in here, I know, but it can cause me some problem about my search tasks. That's why I'm getting nervous. Same acquisition quest exists. And what about that? At least it's leading me to an opposite direction. If it was leading me to the vulture, it could be a problem. It could be a problem for us. It could be a problem for us. It could be a problem for us. Why did it spawn in out of nowhere? Huh. I guess we were there for looking some kind of search task. It could be the only reason. So last minute left for heading to the exact zone. If I'm lucky enough, I can see it when I try to close by. For these kind of situations, we could have worked on forming some kind of war machine, which I haven't. With some rail guns attached, it could be a real destruction to the pirates. Maybe I should have worked on some kind of rocket launcher for these type of situations, which has some drones attached on it. It could be functional. Sending out some drones would be useful. If I just wanted to get rid of them friendly, I can easily turn them into a friendly state. As you've seen, I can directly propose peace and make them into accept peace version. Why did I? What the? What the? Does it bring any benefit? Pirates. It's getting away. Nice. Search. I guess it's renewed. Yep. Power cell, oxygen bottle, nickel, vector component, iron ingot. Don't have that one. That can be easy. I can also work on that. But nah. What about the last one? Magnesium powder. Can I buy some? I will even work on farming these. Let's grab the next acquisition. Accept. Let's try to collect the other ones. Last, I got some magnesium. 24 of these should be needed, and battery packs. Can I collect? Yeah. Speed detectors. I got enough detectors now. Let's collect some batteries again. Detectors, what did I need? Power cells, 214 iron ingots will be needed. nodes will be needed, and some battery packs again. Some more. 87. Two of them. The excess. Yes, so 33 detector components will be needed, and we will be done. Filters. 33. With these. Yeah. So let's head inside. It will bring me another 20 increasement. Accept contracts. What the? What the? After a tiny bit amount of time, it has disconnected. By the way, it's selling some iron ore. Interesting. I try to buy all of these. It would bring me around 10k. Iron ore should be profitable for buying maybe. Alright, let's try to work on accepted contracts. Space miner. Factory inventory. Space miner. Space miner. Space miner. Done. Hold in. There's no hold in quest existing. We still got some search tasks. That's the closest one. And by the way, I have increased my friendship state another 20 with completing these 5 tasks. I get rid of completing 2 more search tasks. After completing 9 more, we will be done. And what about IGDB? That's so close as well. That's so close. But 9 more won't be enough for that. So at last second, I should concentrate on heading to another IGDB station for completing some search missions, or maybe some hauling mission could be useful at last second. Because why not? Why not? I'm heading into a searching zone. Oh, we will find when we try to get close. I need to be focused. I couldn't see anything around. I haven't seen anything. Uh, you should take the sun behind. That's the ideal way for checking around.
Energy low.
That it. Uh, yeah. Oof. Another one completed. Has brought me another energy situation. But I don't have any active tasks to be done. Maybe at last I should direct myself to an IGDB station. Actually, it could be better if they were written. Of course, some hauling tasks needs to be done, and that zone is not looking quite ideal. But it could be if it was a tiny bit larger and some ships could be traveling between these. It could be looking a tiny bit amount better, as if it's an alive space field. Right now, it's looking dead. Let's recharge it first. Another research task needs to be done. Closest one should be grabbed. I'm getting close to my prior aim. Not that much left. We'll complete. Getting friendly with 3 different factions at last. I hope it will bring me the needed achievement after 3 days work. After today, it will be close to 20 hours in total, I guess. That's why I expect to see that achievement works. It should work! It should work at first. It should work at first. It should work at first as well. Work as well. Close, getting close, getting close. Oh, what else? What else needs to be done? Let's try to check around. Let's try to check around. See something? Yeah, that's it. Polling tasks should be done. If I was playing in an online server, with the money I got, I could have financed my station's safety for 300 hours. When I tell it in hours, that sounds a huge amount, but if we try to calculate it as if days, that's 12. Not that much. We are in the back. Heading back. We are heading back. We are heading back. We are heading back. Let's try to find another search task. Of course, when I think on grabbing a whole end quest, I should be careful about grabbing that miner as well. I guess that's renewed, yep. Acquisition, another acquisition. Alright, nickel. I won't even bother on farming these. Do we got some nickel ore in here? Yep, we got some. Let's collect 300 of these. Alright, let's collect all the acquisition quests. Except that will be problematic, but it could be completed. Finished. Done. Let's go back and order some metal grids because I don't think I had that much metal grid in my possession. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And also, I guess we will need some steel tubes as well. Maybe I should think on buying some iron in that time. Can I buy all? Of course I can, but I don't think I can carry all of these. Or can I? Okay. Let's grab them. Okay. Another 2K. Refining ores should be profitable for my situation because I already got a refinery installed with yield modules. Collect these. What else? Maybe I should think on buying some nickel ore as well if I need some. Let's check the nickel source. It won't be needed for now. I already passed 5 key, not bad. It left the iron deposit. It's also using my cobalt source, which I got some. We will spend a huge amount of cobalt for that task. Or, no, not that much. And what about iron? Not bad. As you can see, I have brought 10k. And it will be enough for a long while for me. Let's try to collect the ones I need. 7 nickel, 30 solar cells. 7 nickel, 30 solar cells. Some small steel tubes will be needed. And grids. Uh, Yes, the capacity of that ship won't be enough. Let's turn on the timer. After stopping, turn on. Automated docking system is launching. Are you kidding me? That one has a large container. That means it will be ideal to carry that one with the needed amount of resources. In that time, I'll give off these two because they are easily can be completed, yep. And for these two, I won't drop them one by one. Instead, I'll carry them with that carrier and it will be much more easier. Let's work on production, priority change. Because steel tubes was not that much, but we will handle it. In that time, I can think on heading out, get another search mission because I've already collected these acquisition quests and it won't cause me any problem. Yep. Search. Let's grab it. Because I'll wait till that production completed. We don't need to wait idle in here at that time. Just stationed in the first planet and its orbit. I don't have any other stationary place. And when I formed my asteroid base, I decided to form a traveling base. It's better than having different bases everywhere because I'm carrying whole loot with me each time. It's easier. And I guess after these acquisition quests, it will be completed. Let's check it. GCDC. At least we will be closer than we have ever been. And IGDB is getting close as well. Let's try to search the surrounding area at that time. Metal girder has a huge volume need. That's why I need to carry it with a carrier. There's no better way. 2 kilometers left. I should be careful. Maybe if I'm lucky enough, I can see it when I'm getting close by. I guess we are not. I'm feeling as if I have spent my whole luck Spin around. Spin around, spin around. I expect to see something. Come on. Come on. Really kidding me? Is that it? I feel as if I've seen something. Yeah. You get a limited amount of time. That's why my anxiety increases till the time pass. Till the whole completion. Did I design some kind of drone for that kind of task? Maybe we could. Because it's getting close by till 7,500 meters left. And it will be ideal distance for a drone to work by. I can directly focus on task trading with some kind of ship, aim at that thing. I'm trying to check for a disturbance. Alright, that's weird. Time's passing and 15 minutes left. We need to find. Otherwise, it will drop my relationship state with them. Are you kidding me? I haven't even seen any kind of weird thing around. But these are a tiny bit harder to find. Step back. And my relationship state have increased a tiny bit. And getting better.
Energy low.
452. And getting better. And it's so close as well. So, still trying to increase with completing these two acquisition. It will be 460. We are getting close to be far from the needed point. One whole inquest. If I got that close, I can think on spending my time with an whole inquest, which leading me somewhere else. Maybe to the Earth's IGDB station. I don't know. It could be interesting because I can easily complete some acquisitions at there. It could take some time because we got a long distance between my base and that zone. If not, it could be the easiest way because I already got enough components and enough resource at the ant hill. More than enough. I guess we got more than 1 million iron ingots at there. Let's recharge it first. I guess the production have completed because we spent a huge amount of time in that process. As if we are done. So let's try to collect the needed amount of resources back. So did it. somehow send them to somewhere else. No, not bad. We got some Gatling ammo boxes. We got some artillery shells, and I have bought some magnesium powders at the same time. Not bad. And we have increased our iron storage a tiny bit. So let's check the needed amounts. 835, 547. Now 47, 835. That's the needed amount. Am I correct? Looks as if. Alright, let's unlock that thing. Timer block. Turn that one off. Because that's related to lock-in. You got a limitation. It will automatically undocked in here in 15 minutes. Not bad. So we got new acquisition quests. First of all, let's finish these. Easy one. Easy one, easy one. I think I got enough. Okay. Let's check the needed amount. 30, 34, 289. $289, 44, 30. We correct with these. Yep. Let's leave these in here. Luckily, I already got two different functional small ships attached. Finish. Planet Seeker, done. Finish. Planet Seeker, done. Finish. Planet Seeker, done. Alright, acquisitions are done. What about Holland? We got a Holland quest already, leading me to 8.4, blah blah. 8.4. Yes, it's sending me to an IGDB deep space station. That. Yep, deep space IGDB station, not bad. And then I'll collect my ship. What's going on? Huh. Alright. I can buy some of these at the same time, but I'm not bothering on. What a huge amount of money it will cost. Alright, so Iron ore could be bought in here, which I'm not interested in right now because after these tests, let's disengage, timer block, stop it, turn it on. Okay, I guess so. It's attached. What about miner? It's attached as well, and thrusters are turned off. We are ready to jump aboard. Let's head out. Let's head out. Jump drive. This location. Select. It will take 3 jumps, I guess. Doesn't matter. We set. Yep. There location. Let's begin with the first jump. Alright, that was my first jump. And I'll need 2 jumps more. And we are getting so close. For GCDC, I'll need to complete that whole thing, and it will be 498, which is so close. But even if I complete any kind of IGDV search quest, it will handle my need. That should be all. And I expect to see that pop-up occur for obtaining friendly state. What the? I guess I disrupt my first jump somehow. Yep. And it's leading me to IGDV Station 3 in Deep Space Zone. And a pirate mayday have occurred, a pirate raider can be seen. That's why I'm trying to turn off my dampeners. I'll pass by that pirate raider soon. And another 7 minutes needs to be wait. But my first jump won't be that one, because I expect to use 2 blind jumps with each of these One of these should be sending me a 300 kilometers, and another one should be sending me 280 kilometers, and then I'll wait a tiny bit after these recharge stage. I'll wait a tiny bit, and then when both of them are getting fully recharged, I'll make another jump directly leading me into that IGDV station, which will result with my hauling quest completed. By the way, these kind of shadows feels a little bit interesting, weird, and frightening from time to time. But as you've seen, that was just an asteroid. Whenever these type of shadow occurs, I've thought as if some kind of huge ship is coming on me, feeling as if it will grab me with a magnetic field. Actually, I guess I have never think on stopping a ship with that functionality. But if somehow I attach two different dampening systems on that one, it could be interesting. Alright, still waiting for that recharge stage, and it will take around 5 more minutes to complete that hole in, and then I'll think on concentrating with a search mission around there if it's possible. It should handle all the need for both of these. Just not sure about the IGDV. Actually, it should be. Yep, it should be. And also, it should be enough for GCDC as well. Because it should bring me a +2, which will be the exactly needed amount. If it is, it will handle becoming friendly with 3 different factions, and if I see that pop up, we will feel proud. So are we getting close to recharge? I guess so. So let's aim it perfectly. It should be the perfect alignment. Yep. Turn off the dampeners. Let it to be recharging. Yep, perfect alignment should be like that. Wait a little bit. 2 more minutes left till that recharging stage. And afterwards we will handle 2 different tiny jumps. One of them should be done with a first jump drive, and the other one will be handled with second. Then I'll recalibrate myself to that delivery location, and voila. So in total, let's remove it. In total, after recharging both of these, I'll use them one by one. But in total, one of these should be transferring us 2 kilometers. I guess 12 should be enough for the first one, and 10% should be enough for the second one. Interesting. It's 10, but it's not writing in here. Alright. 2 different blind jumps should handle my need. But one by one. Procedure will be a tiny bit complicated. First of all, let's wait both of them to be recharged. Alright, both of them are recharged. Turn off that one. 200 and 244. And yeah, looks ideal. First jump. Then turn on the second one. Blind jump with that one. 204 kilometers. Then I'll recalibrate the first one to the delivery location. Yep. Delivery location. And then we'll wait for both of these to be recharged. As you've seen, after 30 seconds, it will be done. I'm just checking my power usage right now. When it turned into 1%, both of them will be recharged, and it will have the possibility of jumping the exact location easily. Jump. So close. Come on. Is that the one with the drone? Luckily, in safe zones, which doesn't belong to you, you can really hit any area easily. Alright. The hauling should be done in here. And scavenger drone still trying to do some things in here. I don't know what's going on. I guess it felt as if it's stuck. It has a Gatling gun as well. Interesting. Not sure even if it's done with a purpose or not, but trying to lift me to the out of that safe zone, and right now we will. Because when we are out, I'll disintegrate that machine gun. You can head out by yourself. I'm not bothering on you. At least I get rid of that thing at last. Let's get inside and leave the unnecessary things in here. Alright, and the holding thing exists with us. Let's recharge when I'm here. Because it could cause me some problems at later stage. That's why I directly focused on getting rid of that thing. The request needs to be done. Finish. Alright. Let's check the faction status. GCDC 497. I guess they're friends with pirates. Alright, interesting. I guess they're friends with pirates. So let's check if we got some acquisition. Right, what about search quests? I can complete at least 2 different search quests. One of these in here. After the first one, we will be in a friendly state with IGDV. And that's a real problematic deep space area. Acquisition quest needs to be done. Maybe in a server like that, I could have focused on forming some kind of mining base, which I just head out for mining quest. I guess that's it. Yep. This time we are lucky. Yep, that should be it. There it is. It's unload cargo container. First one is done. Let me show you about that. IGDV is in a friendly state, and if I complete another task, it will be increasing that group as well. I guess GCDC should be close to space pirates. Right, one more search task. Even an acquisition should be enough. Right now, when we reach back, I need to have a tiny break again because the nature is calling me right now. Unfortunately, I need to have that tiny break. But I am interested in reaching back to that safe zone at first. Whoa, whoa. Let's have a tiny break because I need to head in. As you can guess, the nature's calling. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in no time. I'm back again. I feel so close to having that achievement. Hope we will. Let's head inside and collect another task from here. Let's check acquisition. Metal grid. I won't bother on that. Search task should be easier. Do we got any holding quest? A long one exists. I guess it's sending me back to that GCDC station. I don't know. But it's a long way. It will take a huge amount of time. Instead of that, I can easily complete another search task, which will take around 5 minutes or 10 minutes. I don't know. From time to time, it makes differ. That should be the closest one. Let's head out. Pirate salvage carrier. Unfortunately, it's sending me so close to that pirate salvage carrier blah blah thingy. If it's just a carrier, it should have some weaponry system installed, then that should be all. I've made a giant ship. I will be focused on forming some kind of drone facility, which also will be capable of constructing drones by itself. maybe with some grinding capability, I don't know. It could be functional. I could have attached the drone grinder ship maybe. Let's try to be careful. Unluckily, I haven't seen it correctly this time. If it's the slim one again, it will be not that much easy, but we will find it at last, sooner or later. And I should be careful about the distance with the pirates at the same time. Let's try to change my angle a tiny bit. All right. No, no, no. By the way, it didn't give me any pop-up, but I'm in a friendly state with 3 different factions. I don't get it. After that much work, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. I have increased my friendship state with 3 different factions over 500, which took a huge amount of time, and it didn't work. I don't understand. And by the way, what about the pirates? It didn't work. I have become friends with 3 different factions, but it didn't work. Do we got any holding quest? I want to leave that zone. 806,000. Alright, the pop-up occurred. It took a tiny bit amount of time that it realizes the state have occurred. 800, 8,600. these fits. Ah, this one fits. No. That's sending me to the moons. No. Let's collect it. Yep, it's sending me to Earth. I was thinking on heading there. Pirate salvage carrier antenna. There are some tiny salvage drones. At last, I have achieved that achievement. I kind of feel proud about that because it took a long time to complete it. Let's head out. Check the jump drives. Delivery location. Yep, it's sending me into gravity field. So check it again. E1 orbit station point. Select. Right, it will take a little bit than we expected, but at least I was thinking on heading back to Moon's orbit or Antil base, and it will handle that thing. I thought on constructing some other type of pipeline which could be used for the space stations. That's the air vent and huh. But that zone won't be fitting because we got an thruster installed in here. It should be considered at the first designing stage. But at least I know what kind of connection port should be useful for these type of tasks, and my Frog Space Seeker worked quite good. Let's check if the blueprint's still suitable. Hmm. That's something else because ASAP. I've done it by myself in my single player series and it's multifunctional, both working in atmospheric field and the outer side. but it's using hydrogen. So let's wait for both of them to be recharged. And by the way, if I had a giant ship, I could have worked on constructing some things when we wait for these jumping stages. Of course, having an active captain should be better, but still I can work on some kind of construction projects when we are flying in that speed. It will just need a tiny landing gear attached to the bottom side. That's all. And it could act as a Death Star. Tiny bit amount of time needed to that jump again. And I got my package in my own inventory. I can think on landing to Antfield base and grabbing some kind of Atmo carrier for heading that IGDV station. At last my Dragonfly carrier will be functional again. And we got 1 hour left. Of course it won't take that long. As you've seen, my jump drives are so close to be recharged, and I'll try to make a tiny jump again. As you can see, the purple is showing me the exact distance which we need to travel, and at last I'll also carry, where was that? Maybe I should have checked in a store again. We will bring 26 new zone chips back to our home base, which will cover it for 26 hours more. Of course, it's my own gameplay. That means the safe zone is just working whenever I play. It's not working as if it's server, but it's working. We are in a good situation right now. Soon it will be. One more minute. So let's try to calculate it. First one should jump 300 meters. Each percent should cover 20. So the first one will be needing 15%. And the second one should be used in 13%. And it should cover my whole need. Of course, after the recharging section completed, I'll turn off the second one. Another asteroid shadow. So turn off the second one. Let's turn the jump on. Turn that one on. 9. Second line jump. Done. And then recalibrate it to orbital station. Collect. And after the recharging section completed, we will make our last jump for now. Getting close. What's going on? Pirate beacon procured. I need to jump out as soon as I can. Let's turn these ones on and make the next jump. Yep. And home sweet home. But you should be careful around your own safe zones because the crash damage limitation is just related to someone else. I can crash and grind and mine and everything else. That's the port. Let's get a tiny bit closer. In that stage I should be careful because I can crash there easily. I won't connect it because it's not a necessity, but the location is at the other side of the planet. No. Yep, that's the one close to my home base. At least we have reached our home safety. So let's collect these. Yep, some safe zone chips still exists. I still got some. Where did I? Alright, let's make them in here. I guess I haven't left any other thing other than these. Just some safe zone chips exists. So from now on we will head down. So one by one. First of all, I'll refuel the tank. Fill that tank, alright. Oxygen tank won't be necessary, but this one could be. Oxygen tank should be enough. Let's go down. We are heading down. My touchdown should be after 7 minutes, and then We'll collect another vehicle. Let's check the time. Yep, we have enough time. I'm heading back to the beginning spot. Anthill base has a huge amount of resource installed in there because I have constructed a huge drill which refined cobalt, nickel, and iron for me. That's why we had a huge amount of resource stock at there with these. I don't think we'll see a huge amount of gold at there, but we should have some because I kind of worked on another drill was working. I hope it didn't crash by itself in that stage. I don't know actually, it could be because I left it open. I guess I did it. We can check them. Then we are heading back to Anthill Base. The sun is rising. It will be the night time. I'll reach that IGDV station. I could have shown you how can you form some kind of pipeline between a base and your home base. It can take a little bit longer. I don't feel it will be ideal for today. And as you can see, I have completed becoming friends with 3 different factions and it worked. Maybe declaring war things could be working as the same, I don't know. Let's try. It can take some time to realize it. None of these factions are related to these, so I don't need to turn that one in peace stage for now. It can stay like that. We are friends with 3 different factions. That's ideal. If you can think on working on these with your friends, different type of different type of ships should be used for the same purpose. Completing some hauling tasks, searching quests, blah blah. And maybe we can work on some kind of search and drone. I don't know. It could be functional. Some kind of automated searching drone could be done. Right, we are getting down again. That's not exactly on top of that place, I know, but at least whenever I reach that zone, it could be fully operational because all of the batteries should be waiting for me as in the recharge state. Unfortunately, I was expecting to completely get rid of that area. For that reason, I haven't installed that much batteries. If I did, there should be a huge amount of stored power waiting for me. And we are getting close. And in the atmospheric field, hydrogen consumption is increasing more than you expect. I was expecting to form some kind of roadway between these two, which we worked on that project and give up after. Come on, no, no, no. Give up on after a little bit while. And there it is, 5 kilometers left, which is less than 1 minute if we have a proper line, which we are not. And I guess I have left another ship drill in here for forming some kind of gold mining zone in case I haven't found on the outer space, which we did. Yep. The wind farm is still operational. Wind farm is still operational. I have left that ship in somewhere else. That drone is not working because we have carried all the goods from here. Unfortunately, that drill have collapsed and it's likely it's totally depleted. We have collected every good in here. Let me have a tiny check. Is it still working? What the? After that much time, it's still working on refining. I didn't even think on that I have dig that much. And I didn't realize that I have left some magnesium in here. Alright, we have collected all the gold from here. I remember it. This zone just holds one refinery. Alright. Did I formed any kind of automated docking system for this one? Docking. Yep. Yep. It worked. Let's go. We got anything in here? Nothing interesting. Alright. That dragonfly carrier was made for that purpose. I have left the giant ship in here, which we will check when we return. Where's the mining platform? Where? There it is. Right, we will check it when we are returning back. Because we are racing against Tom right now. Not bad. Trying to check my alignment. That should be my last transferring job. That declaring war thing didn't work. Let me show you. We're still in enemy state with these, but it's not working. And by the way, I get used to using my visor in a closed section and I forgot to turn that one on. Five kilometers have left. And that's the first zone which we have the first drop time. Of course, that's a planet. They'll have some kind of weather issues. Still, we got some charge. That's the first hill we have landed, and we have found some kind of ship on top of that mountain, which I have grabbed my only magnesium source and try to find it completely. With that way, I have obtained my only platinum source in the planet's surface because it has some thrusters. That was a crashed ship. It's reminding me at the beginning stage of this gameplay. Right now, we have a jump drive capable ship, a large one flying on space. We didn't even talk about total storage area in the anthill base because I was expecting to carry them to the space, which couldn't work. And my giant drill have broken when we try to travel between the planet's surface and moon. And as you've seen, that's a long distance to travel each time. But at the beginning, you should station yourself close to a station belongs to another faction. With that way, you can think on forming some kind of pipeline between your station and that faction station. With that way, you can easily sell some goods from time to time without leaving any kind of spot. Just you'll need to travel between each of these, and Unfortunately, you can't construct the pipeline in the safe zone. But you can use some kind of space for that kind of purpose. Some kind of ship for that kind of purpose. And you can attach the pipeline, then begin your station's construction. It it could be the most ideal way. Otherwise, you can think on constructing some kind of pipeline with a rotor line attached. Maybe some kind of tiny arrangements could be done later. But as you've seen, we are traveling between my home base and this station. Takes a huge amount of time. And of course, I'll try to be careful because that's not space. The Earth's gravitational field is a little bit weirder than it. Guess that timer block is for automated docking sequence. Because at first I was forming these kind of things, but in the minor ship I did something different. Of course, we could have worked on some kind of automation whenever we get close to that station. Some kind of time block could work. A tiny bit of AI work could be done, but whenever you attach a good amount of priority, the AI gets a little bit complicated, confused, and it's not working perfectly in the planet's gravitational field. That's why my drone had some problems from time to time. We got some landing gears also, which we will work to land on some kind of platform. Top of that, I'm trying to be a little bit cautious, even if I can't have a crash damage in here. Yep. Hmm. I guess we have turned on the landing gears automation. Trying to lift itself right now. That's why it's using power, but still we got enough time to head in. Let's try to find the entrance where it is. That's the store. And that's the delivery zone. Accepted contracts, finish. 1.7 millions have been grabbed. What about that? Another holding quest needs to be done, but that's in the planet's surface, I guess. Do we got any other IGDV station? No, we got an RTSL station in the planet's surface. So we were curious if it's better or not. Let's try. Search area, 6 kilometers. I'll just use my hydrogen, thanks. Just a boulder. I'm thinking of completing that task for just my curiosity. Even if it's nighttime, I expect to find them easier. Fortunately, that's nighttime. Ah, sun's glowing effect causing me some disturbance. I guess it's a little bit harder on the planet's surface because the sun is causing me some problems. Is that it? That's just a boulder. What's that? Magnesium boulder. Interesting. What? Got some hydrogen still. Yep. Right, that's harder in here. there any kind of possibility that it can be dropping down because of the gravity? Is there any kind of possibility? What the? Ah, another tiny glowing effect. I need to reach the center at first. Interesting. I expected to find it easily, which didn't work. Interesting. Totally interesting. I was expecting to find it much more easier than the outer space. And right now, 12 minutes have left. I didn't have any idea where it's located. Maybe it could drop down from here. That's just a boulder. Interesting. I expected it to be easier, but it's not.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
And we are out of fuel. Interesting. I couldn't find it. Still hoping to find, but I couldn't. And without my jetpack, it will be impossible. I should have came there with the ship. I should have came here with the ship. That also includes beneath the surface. By the way, that will be gone. 7 minutes have left. I don't expect to find it in time. Of course, I haven't lost my hope totally. But it's not feeling as if it's possible. And by the way, that faction fighting thing doesn't work. Maybe it could roll down from here. Click around a tiny bit till that time ends. Fortunately, we are totally out of hydrogen. Also, it could have rolled down from here.
Fuel critical.
We are out of fuel, we know. Alright, if it's not a totally flat surface, it's a tiny bit complicated to collect that quest in a planet surface. Because the gravity's still working against you. Unfortunately, if it has landed in here, it should roll down. That's why the distance is getting a tiny bit complicated. And I'm not even sure, even if is it flying? No. I'm not even sure, even if it's stationary or even if it's affected by gravity, or even if it's found under the ground. It could be possible. Yet it should have spawned under the ground. Yep. Looks as if it's spawned underground. Because we have traveled around. I guess we have checked all the surrounding area, which didn't work. Yep, reputation dropped. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Prospecting station, and that's the next station. And another unfortunate thing, we are out of hydrogen.
Fuel critical.
Because of that, I need to run all the way. At the end, I have turned to the beginning stage. After getting used to hanging around the space, but I don't suggest you to grab any search quest in any kind of space station on the surface of a planet. As you've seen, I haven't even felt as if getting close, because I guess it can be spawned under the ground as well. Maybe the only possible way could be using some kind of drone for that kind of purpose. Because should be possibly it should be possibly realizing where it is. Or maybe I don't even need to have a drone. Just a Gatling gun should handle the work as well. If I just turn it to aim all without any kind of ammo, it should be concentrated on the small ship which we were looking for. Maybe that can be the exact way. And there's an RLSR prospecting station. I guess that was existing already. And it will take a long time to travel back to that station. I expected to grab my ship back, and I don't even remember even if I left any kind of remote controlling device on top of that. If we have, that's not a problem. I'll directly control it when we get close enough. If not, that'll be a possible problem. RLSR prospecting station, stationed on top of that mountain. I guess we have visited that one before. Should be careful on here, because if I drop in a risky situation, I don't have a jetpack to cover myself. That's why I'm trying to get attention directly on that thing, and it will take a little bit time to run back. I should have grabbed my ship. I was expecting to find it easily, which didn't work, and I guess we have already depleted most of my first tank in the job which we tried to come here. Luckily, I had completed another task when I came here, otherwise it could be causing me another problem, the issue. But IGDV's relationship, why does it test? Huh. Because I have completed another task for increasing the one with GCDC.
Fuel critical.
in that kind of field, we should be careful. Slide down carefully because we are on top of a mountain and 3 kilometers left. Soon we will reach. Flat surface. I'm trying to be careful around. You can see you can encounter with some gaps in these type of fields. So I'm trying to be careful whenever I jump because I can slide down recklessly and that can be a dead end. Right? You're getting close to getting down. Unfortunately, my antenna range doesn't enough for any kind of dropship grabbing thing. That's why we need to run all the way. That's why we need to run carefully. We need to run back to grab my ship to come back to Ant Hill again. It will take a little bit longer because I guess we will need to run at least 5 minutes more till reaching that zone. That was unfortunate because my speed limit is 10 meters per second with running. If I had realized it earlier that I'm getting out of fuel, we could have already gone to that zone. Unfortunately, 30 minutes have passed in that situation. Because of that issue, we can have another problem because it was flying by itself and I wasn't expecting to head back after that much time. That's why I didn't bother on landing it perfectly. That's why on the surface of a planet, you should be careful about having some hydrogen in your belonging each time. 2 kilometers left, less than 4 minutes. I guess that station has a correct way to properly climb up top. I remember as if it has. time to time I have landed it at the bottom of that station. But also I remember as if
Fuel critical.
I have had some kind of remote controlling device on that ship, Dragonfly carrier. Because it kind of reminds me a Dragonfly. 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 Less than 2 minutes are left. And soon we will reach whenever I reach back to my ship, all my possible problematic issues would be solved. And if I remember correct, my antenna range and my antenna range should be 250 meters in total. If I'm correct, I can be possibly reaching to that Dragonfly carrier, and I can easily land it close to me. We got an automated docking sequence on that as well. Getting close, getting close, getting close, getting close. I wanted to check it, even if it's 500 or not. Because running around could get, for reaching someplace, running around could get a little bit boring. Yep. We are in the range. We are in the range. Or not. 150 meters. Yep. Remote controller device, orbital. Not that one. Remote control. Control. What the? Come on. That's not in autopilot mode. That's in remote control. So
Fuel critical.
what the? Why didn't my remote control is working? Interesting. Let's climb up top. What the? Why didn't it work? Interesting. It's not working.
Fuel critical.
Interesting, it's not working. Let's head back. Hill base is stationed in here. I'm not interested in checking that RLSR station at there. That's on my way. Prospecting station. I'm not sure even if it's a friend or foe. From time to time, these kind of stations could attack you on sight. I've seen that one before. I've lived that one before. That's why I'm just concentrated on passing by that thing and heading back. And without any fuel, we are heading back to our home base. Luckily, I haven't docked it. Some jetpack reachable zone. That could be a real mess. And by the way, I guess the antenna of that thing could be extendable. Yep. Right now it's not extended, but it can be extendable to 50 kilometers in case I need to control anthill directly from that ship's region zone. And also, when I'm on that ship, I can refuel my hydrogen, I guess, because if I remember correct, it should have some ice, yep. But no, I will not leave that ship in the middle of nowhere like that because it can directly drop down. Let's head back. Let's head back. Instead of getting rid of some kind of accidents, I need to land a tiny bit. Try to land safe. Landing mechanism could handle my need.
Fuel critical.
What the? What was that? Yeah, that was a complicated design. That's why I don't remember how it's working, but I can fill my hydrogen tanks when I'm here. At least it can cover me from some accidents. Alright, they don't have any kind of damage. Interesting. Alright, this kind of crash could occur from time to time, and I don't know why, but the game crashed. Game crashed. And I don't remember where did it say. Alright, it has saved when we were flying. Let's lower down a tiny bit. I'll handle that refueling hydrogen tank thing at first, then we'll continue our journey.
Fuel critical.
Let's refuel these. Yep, let's head back. Let's go for a tiny bit amount of time. Traveling between these two stations take a little bit longer than I expected. Around 10 minutes. I don't even remember which one is working for docking system. Check what it is. Bigger now. That should be the automated docking sequence. If not, we will crash. Feed the middle of hydrogen engine and Atmo thrusters are close enough. So that's why we are just concentrated on using the Atmo thrusters. And we are getting close. And there will be a mountain. My way back. Even if I concentrated on constructing some kind of pathway leading from one spot to another, it couldn't brought me any benefit other than heading back and forth easily. Because it's still taking time. And time is the most precious thing in that gameplay. At last, becoming friends with three different factions have worked. That's ideal. Can I reach right now? No, still not. As you've seen, we need to increase our altitude a tiny bit, otherwise I'll crash onto that moon. At first, I was trying to form some kind of automated sequence for heading back and forth between these, but with some rechargeable battery usage, it's a tiny bit complicated. It's a tiny bit complicated because it covers just 2 travels. Then it need to recharge for a long while. That's why using uranium is the ideal thing at the latest stage of the game. Even if solar power handles quite good work, it takes a really long time to cover it. But my refining procedure is done totally with wind turbines and solar powers, other than the ship. Rock Space Seeker ship holds some refining with uranium, but my asteroid base is totally consuming the solar power, and this planet station is just using wind power. They don't have any kind of reactor attached. As you've seen, we are getting so close, but we got a huge mountain in the middle. And I was thinking of picking another zone on the way, which we will be passing by. Let me find the GPS coordinate for that zone, because it will be on my left. GPS P1 mine. There should be a mine. Not moon, not orbit. Are you? AH. Mine. Gold. There it is. There should be my giant drill ship. I want to check it as well, because it was focused on forming some kind of proper gold mine in here in case we need it. And I guess it has refined some of these, and it could be a real possible problematic issue if it did. It could be out of power. There it is. I'll try to land that dragonfly ship on top of that. Yeah, that's the beehive. Slow down. The same thing. If you got a drilling system working functionally, you should stay with it. Yep. As you've seen, drill has the same thing. It has broken itself. So let's try to dock on top of that. Landing gears. Lock. Yep. Same thing have occurred. Rail has collapsed whenever I left them to work by itself. It's happened. Let's reverse these pistons. Did it? Huh. It dig a little bit and then it's off. Alright, so let's handle the. Where was that? On a block. Starter. No. Where's the pistons? Drill down. Alright. Reverse them. Turn on and reverse them. What the? What's going on? Minus. Reverse them. Backing it. That would be the piston one. Yep. Let's extend it. It's trying to collect it back. It will take a little bit longer, I know. One and this one. That's all. So we can lift. You should stay close to drilling systems, otherwise. Okay. All right. We fly it again. Let's grab it. Those beehive should be stationed on ant hill. Whenever we leave it, it causes some kind of problems related to timer issues, I guess. I guess that issue is caused by the timers, because the complication is increasing. It's trying to extend itself. Because of that dragonfly carrier. Can't even have a nice visual angle. the anthill. This. Go. Of course, we'll land that thing manually, but it will unload everything in it automatically because we have an automated sorting system attached in here. Hold down. At least with that angle, I'll get so close to the zone. So the other drill thing was for working in different sections of the map. I was expecting to make it flyable, but it broke when we tried to lift off through the planet. It broke itself, fortunately. Correctly. Then I'll. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Find it perfectly. Remember as if I have left that red dot for landing. You should concentrate on that red dot. I think so. That's just for landing. We'll aim that red dot. That red block is just for that purpose. Down a tiny bit, lower down a tiny bit, and I'll aim to that red one. We are getting close. Yep, it's draining all the things in here. Correct zone. And let's use that one again. Landing gears, unlock. I guess this one is for automated docking sequence. Yep. What the? What the? What's going on? What was that? Alright, that docking sequence was calibrated before completing that area. So I guess it's causing me new problematic issues. As you've seen, it's trying to crash itself. Where are we going? After a long while, all the automation systems are causing me new issues. And I don't know why. It's a precisely calibrated move, actually. It should handle it easily, but it can't. Interesting. Do we close the precision? Is that the thing causing that issue? That one. Docking recorder, AI behavior disabled. Interesting. Interesting, it worked. After a manual hit, it worked. Yep. And we got an automated sorting system in here, and we got some prototype frame obtained from some dropship. Still trying to refine some goods. I guess the refinery haven't worked when I'm out, otherwise it could be done in that time. It should have done. I don't understand how it could be possible, but as you've seen, I got more than 1 million kilograms iron in here. Some silicon still exists because I have carried too much silicon to the asteroid base. And as you can see, we got a huge amount of nickel and cobalt in here, and I guess I haven't even mined silicon once. They just came from the stones I refined. As you can see, we got a huge amount of gravel stashed in here, which I need to get rid of in some case. But we won't bother on that for now because I have completed another task for that gameplay, and Beehive have caused some other troubles. This timer managed sequence could have problem in these kind of ways. That's why it has broken. But I was expecting to make some kind of proper zone in here for hanging, but we gave up on that and directly focused on heading out of that zone. Otherwise, it could be really functional base. And whenever I realize that orbital sending system doesn't work properly, I give up on that zone. But in any case, it has a nice looking visual. So for today, I guess that will be enough for today's session, and I have completed another achievement which took a little bit longer than we expected, and as you've seen, still it's having some crashes from time to time. Still it's having some crashes from time to time, and I don't know why, but the befriend three factions achievement was a little bit harder than the others. Still we got some different achievements needs to be done. One of them is about declaring war with different faction. I guess it should be something related to some other player. And also there's another achievement with kill an enemy with a rifle, which I should button on with some of my friends. I've got a present for you. Detonate a warhead that kills you and another player. It should be another easy task. And some wave to an enemy that is also waving back within 5 meters looking at you in survival. That's another achievement. Survive 10 waves with at least one other player in Never Surrender scenario. And the other achievements related to Never Surrender scenario, maybe I can think on borrowing with these, but these are the things for next week. So today, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and as you've seen, I'm enjoying as well. See you in the next week. Good night, everyone. Bye bye.